How's everyone doing? Ding ding. Violent flat. Dude, can I seriously sell these? Hold on. Okay. Spreads on those keep being blown out every morning, so I wanted to try. It's like VIX is rising pretty substantially this morning. Um, Quite a few shares borrowed on GME overnight, so I would expect a little bit of shorting here. Again, it's important that we hold 15. Corey, I got an ad. No, Jesus fucking Christ. Everyone's been here for 30 minutes already. Was it just because I started talking? So they weren't showing any ads when I wasn't here? What are they listening? Yeah, indexes aren't having a great open. Just FYI. Personal expenditures seem to have made them sad. I've decided to name my son Flutie Tootie Poot. It's a good name. I remember when they said you were a shill because of your ads. I have fucking ads turned off right now. Fucking, I can show you guys. Jimmy's gonna get shorted at open, which I feel like I already said, but it's not Rip Jimmy. It's Rip Jimmy if they keep shorting it. Let me see something here. Looks like Tupperware ran out of liquidity almost right away. Quite a bit of short liquidity available for Upstart. Will the dividend color have an impact on this one's market cycle? Something like December 8th is the rollover or something for them. Kenny's watching hits the add button every time you say something important. What does the timeline on Tup look like if it were to squeeze? The fuck, I don't know, man. They're gonna do everything they can to stop that from happening. It's been 6 months since it first started to fucking pop off, and they've managed to keep it from doing it for this entire period of time. I would imagine they can keep trying to do that. Okay, index is catching a little bid. Right now for SPX, it looks like we could get stuck between like 45.50 and 65. 70.75 calls appear to be sold. The spike this morning, and they didn't come back down with the drop. Whereas all the rest of the calls on the chain dropped pretty significantly. Larger amounts of out of the money put interest, however, 40 and 35 are still a bit weak. Top same as Rev? No. Just interesting. So 10C top leaps, got it. Isn't the news bullish for V then? If more people are relying on credit. I mean, V doesn't make money off of credit cards. They make money off of transactions through their payment system, right? So they don't care if you're using a debit card or a credit card. It really just doesn't matter. They just care that people are spending lots of money, and people are spending less money. So no, that's not good for Visa. I thought Top was a joke months ago. Really? Okay. I mean, it wasn't. Me and a few other people made a lot of money the first time it ran. In past lives, when you said something like this, I would have full ported 2D periods. Now I'm waiting on confirmation of a breakdown. Thanks me for being so disciplined. I'm amazing. Yes, you are, popcorn trader. Don't let anybody ever tell you otherwise. What do you think about the FTCH squeeze right now? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I'm not gonna chase one, that's for sure. I'm buying a house before my inheritance drops. You know what that means? Disposable, tiny wing, large body, income, baby. Please, plus I like teasing you. What's up, Visceral? That sounds awesome. I don't like that what they're doing to Upstart. Yeah, if Upstart can't hold like 20, 26 here, I'm probably going to cut it. 26, 25, 60. Prefer if it held 26. Big fucking dump on futures. Jamie's holding up surprisingly well, given how hard futures is jumping. IWM's doing okay. Hmm. The important thing for GME today is that it's able to hold 15. It may benefit from index movements, but mostly that it holds 15. It really wants to. You really want to see it keep all the calls that went in the money until tomorrow. Not that there isn't any T+2 price action to cover. It's just significantly less than the T+2 action from yesterday, which wouldn't be covered till Friday. Yeah, it's just falling off a cliff. No, that should be fine. Those are for the 15th. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, this has just started. I think we might see. I think I'm going to say SPX continue down here. Grok GM, Peeners. Ooh. Okay. We're officially under ES 4555. Well, momentarily. Mm. Oh, that looks awful. Don't you dare bounce. I mean, popcorn. It's the way. Looks like ES is about to find support at 45.55. Wait, no, wait, hold on. 45.54? 45.54? Dude, 1 week, $1 winning. How is the 15th test? I've been selling Fubos on CCs on Fubo at $3 for a while now. Let's see here. Interesting. Still getting shorted. GME. Starting to cover already. Let's see how much they defend this. 1 second. Still looks like there's a lot of call selling going on. They're trying to sell some puts into it. We'll see. They're trying to defend this. They might be successful. If we could hold 50, they could bounce it back a little. There's a put wall at 55 though. Hey Gherk, with GME GM staying flat, if it folds 15 today, would it be safe to assume that most of the upside would be realized tomorrow? And after that, nothing till earnings. And it's safe to assume that most of the upside is realized already, right? And then if it holds 15 today, it may re-realize that upside again tomorrow, possibly a little more. I mean, we already went above Gamma Max. So, a second test of Gamma Max is possible, but Gamma Max isn't rising. The $15 sold calls really aren't falling off. Those aren't generally a good look. Visceral, welcome back to Pigeon Whale. Small body, big money. No problem, Sasso. Thank you, man. Improving domestic manufacturing and supply chain improvements are on the way. Current data doesn't show this. The part some people aren't factoring into the equation. The manufacturing sector has been shitting the bed for months. It's not getting better. And if China starts hogging at the supply chain, it's going to get even worse, right? With all their sweet, sweet stimulus money. Which can reignite durables inflation. I'm trying to buy all the aluminum. Interesting. You see Elon telling advertisers to fuck off like a 5-year-old who got their iPad taken away? I mean, yes. And I hate Elon because he is a giant man-child and attention whore. But I will say this. I kind of like that he told them to all go fuck themselves. Hold on 1 second. Chicago PMI hot. How hot? some expansion in the Chicago area. Interesting. I don't know how important that'll be, but I'll give Dow a little boost, maybe. IBKR data subscriptions would you recommend for trading U.S. options? Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't remember. there's like, ask someone in Discord. I don't remember the names of them. I just pay for them. You want like CBOE, you want US equities, um you want live opera. If Jimmy was done, wouldn't it just dump? It's not done. But it may be done enough, and that's the problem. Elon thinks people not paying him is the same as blackmail. Yeah, well, I said he's a giant man-child, and he's in. But having fuck you money is a beautiful thing. Especially when you run and own a company that's entirely dependent on those on the people who you just told to fuck off's money. It's not blackmail though. It is coercion, right? If an advertiser tells you this is how I want your platform to be for me to advertise on it, they are coercing you, right? It's otherwise you don't get my money. But it's not blackmail. Then he named Bob from Disney, who is in the audience. Yeah, well, he's got more money than Bob Iger, so for now. Advertisers are Twitter's true customers. Yep, they are. I think Elon thinks that he can support Twitter without advertisers. Or by getting the edgier advertisers. But he's also insane. Probably taking way too much ketamine. Any new thoughts on top? No. We just need to sell more blue check marks to finfluencers. Wow. If you were a billionaire, you'd be insane? Probably, yeah. He's macro dosing the Keta. If PMI is hot, why pump? Well, we're not really pumping. We're just trading flat in the neutral range. I mean, don't forget that we still have JPow's speech tomorrow, right? They're not just gonna give up all their Vega risk because PCI data was a bit choppy, and PCI wasn't really hot. Core PCE rather wasn't really hot. Core was down 1. I think PCE was 0.0 month over month. Most of our drop came because personal income and expenditures are down, which is a sign of economic contraction, right? Probably, Gene. I'm joking, Renew. Relax. What is JPA's speech tomorrow? I have no idea, but he is speaking tomorrow, right before the blackout period. So whatever he says will matter, provided he comments on the economy. All you get on, all you get ads for X on is holiday sweaters. Interesting. Have you bought any? I bet JPOW has no idea either. I mean, they'll hand him a script. If you don't give in to corporate's demands, it's coercion. I mean, if they're going to pull from your platform because your platform isn't exactly what they want your platform to be, then yes. Don't get me wrong, I disagree with pretty much everything Elon Musk has ever done. But telling all his advertisers to go fuck off is pretty fucking funny. What was that chart you were showed of the S&P being above the 20-day average for X days? That's the percentage of the S&P that's above its 20-day moving average. Terrible business strategy, but hilarious. Yeah. Elon's not good at business. He's good at bullshitting people, but he's not good at business. Have you ever entered into a Burke B play yet? Yeah, I did. Could there be a better entry? Maybe. I don't know. I got a fucking year. I don't really care. It doesn't have any upside exposure, so it doesn't matter. He's just the same as Sam Bankman or Sam Altman. He just gets people to give him money. Yeah, but he's much better at it than either of them were. Do you see that huge short put position at 55? It seems a bit larger than normal. Oh, on I mean it's not necessarily short puts, but you mean on SPX? That's been there since last night. That's just a put wall. He was a genius before he started sharing his thoughts. Do you have information on how much shorting fuel is in the tank for GME? I mean, there shouldn't be much unless we start seeing the cost to borrow skyrocket. I would say it's running out. I don't have a precise measure, but I can get an idea. They'll continue to short as they try to cover throughout the day, though. And obviously, drops in the index will provide more liquidity through active funds. Elon's getting a lot of his money from government contracts. Yeah. So you're saying the loudmouth billionaire are all bad at business? No, but Elon is. Well, defense contractors tanked today in honor of Kissinger kicking the can. Good fixie entry here. Yeah, maybe. I mean, USD JPY is turning around a little bit right now, so it could be a good entry. I'm still looking for like a 60, like an entry to get into 65s on it for this account. I already have most of my positioning for everything. I have like yen futures for everything else, but that was a honker of a red candle. I think we're going to get a lot of this today. Seems pretty important that the downside below 45.50 is protected. Yeah, new home sales, right? Did that just come in? Pending home sales. Pending home sales still negative month over month. 1.5 versus the expected 2.5, but still significantly worse than the prior. Pending home sales year over year is improving slightly, but that might just be the base effect. And we're running out of, yeah, that's probably about it for the data for today. At least data with any significant impact. How are yields looking? Yeah, yields are kind of climbing today, which should be pretty bearish for the indexes at least. I think if we start to see put interest climb, this could break down further. I was about to ask if we could hit 45.60, but it didn't get past 55. Have you heard of the dark cloud formation? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Gross. Just call it what it is. It's distribution. Kept popping up on FinTwit. Made me laugh. Hey, Greg, what level would we need to break for a market crash today? 4,500? The market's not going to crash if we break 4,500, but that could be confirmation of a continuation and a downside move. Yep, I caught Upstart. Pulled back too far this morning. Also, they got a shitload of liquidity. That's not good. So maybe a while before we see more covering there. Trying to see a little bit more call selling. Put interest isn't really picking up a lot, but it's picking up a bit. Is this just de-risking? Maybe. I mean, the drop here very easily could have just been in response to the pending home sales. I'm thinking more that we're going to get a continuation down. And if we got to like the longer term options interest here, especially like tomorrow's expiration, there's quite a lot of interest kind of accumulated around 45.25, and there's a pretty decent put ramp to the downside. Like 35 would be a little bit hard to break, but I think if we got enough momentum, it would be fine. And the upside stuff, well, not only is it exceedingly more and more defended, but it's also looking more and more sold. So probably not as much room there either. Sweet. Meta's still nosediving. Nice. I love those names they come up with for things. These things: Jade Lizard, Dark Cloud, Fluty Poot Toot Attack. That's not a real. Okay. Why would you buy a put for 45.45? You know we can't go that low. I bought it for 45.40, and it was cheap. It's mostly why I bought it there. Yeah. Also, ES still looks pretty weak. SPX looks pretty weak too. I don't know if we're going to get a lot more momentum to the downside, but we might start grinding, kind of grinding down here. And yields are up, dollars up, so that'll have some effect. Putting a little bit of extra demand on VIX. I made back all of my weak losses. Nice, well done. Pending home sales, lowest level in 20 years. Lull bull market. Picked up a few Burke A fractions and after hours last night via Robinhood. Couldn't pass up the tasty dip. Hmm. Did you ever look at VXXLE? The energy volatility ETF? No. I look at oil vols sometimes. Can Airbnb stop bouncing off of 125.80 for like 5 seconds? Give me the 2% drop I need. I need it. Looks at upstart losses. Stop full porting into shit, Thunder. You know the little sirens above the upstart play? Those are there for a reason. I put those there just for you. Missed the super chat from end of day yesterday. I forgot what I said, but it was probably something complimentary. I thought I read it. Well, thank you, Navy Nuke. I don't know what the fuck you said, but I appreciate it. Sirens mean only cops can play it. Where do you think we grind down to? Mm, that's a good question. Okay, that's just not working at all. I don't know, maybe 40 or 35. Probably run into some resistance at 30. Upstart's kind of making its way back. I still don't want to fuck with it right now. It's got too much liquidity today. I might play 0 DTs on it tomorrow or something. Jesus Christ, that's wide. This is nobody wants to buy it? How can I have full ported Upstart if I have Airbnb, checkers, Gherkin, checkers? Airbnb doesn't even look bad. It's doing just fine today. It tested risk, then fucking straight down. That's awesome. Nice hard rejection, back below gamma neutral and delta neutral. Upstart's turning around because the indexes are. It may not last though. Wish GME would fucking turn around. I guess support's gonna be 45, 20-ish. 15, 15, 20. Hmm. ES is getting very choppy. Oh, it's gonna be a boring start to the day. No, I still don't like it. I finally broke even on Snap. Shall I sell? I don't know. You want to? After the Brick B plays out, where do we sign up to be part of Gherk A IPO? Navy Nuke Super Chat. Dude, I make so much money because of the knowledge you share. I'm totally becoming a pigeon whale in the morning. Ah, thanks for looking it up and finding his message. Salty shawarma. Ah, gross. What the fuck are they buying calls? Just at 50? Profit taking. Oh god, we're gonna be here all day. That's fucked up. Any thoughts on DVN at these prices? It's got a nice dividend. It's a little expensive, but not too expensive. Eh, that's not actually too bad. I didn't know it was that low. Yeah, it's not a terrible price. If there's oil cuts and stuff again, it'll move back up. Dividend's 6.39 right now. It's better than the 2-year. Was it only down for Jamie, or could we see a bounce? We could see a bounce. What's up, Casey? Silver Reserve, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up, I'll get you added on the Discord if you need me to. Is a decrease in daily volume indicative of GME being done up? Or can it still pick up T-Tizzle tomorrow? It can still pick up tomorrow, provided that it stays above 15 today. If it closes below 15 today, there might not be anything for tomorrow. It's kind of annoying that data only matters if the positioning supports it. Otherwise, immediate reaction and then positioning takes over. Yeah, I will say that the positioning today still isn't very bullish. But we might just end up range bound again. Yeah, futures is kind of doing some weird shit. It's like oh, it's just chopping like back and forth between like 64 and 54. There's a little buy pressure on this move up, but it doesn't look stronger or anything. Like we're picking up some volatility though. I wouldn't call it a megaphone just yet, but I guess it kind of is one. Mm. This looks like covering on Upstart. Not enough yet. I still don't want to buy in. It looks a bit better. I wonder how big of a problem it is if top didn't break any of its strikes. Not a lot of volume there today. Why did the Green Ranger play a dagger flute that sounded like a trumpet? I don't know. Massive GameStop meetup in New York City for SantaCon on December. Oh, fuck off. God. Smash the like or secret Brazilian puts, DD. Any chance you see 45.25 today? And if we lose 45.50, then yeah, there's a chance. It's slim. I do like that VIX is above 13, though. We'll see how long it stays there. Still buying a lot of calls. Did you get snow? I don't think so. I heard upstate got it pretty good. Upstate's like another country. You see this bounce going anywhere, or think we make a new low soon? I don't see a lot of upside potential for it. I guess if it were to break out above 60, then it could move, but right now, that doesn't look like it's gonna happen. We're building like a megaphone off the back of yesterday's downside move, which isn't particularly bullish. If this fails below 45.43, it may push down pretty hard. But we could stay in the like the 50 to 60 range for the entirety of the day. So without the downside momentum, we may not do much. If you're trying to trade this, it's probably not a great idea. Okay, that's starting to look a little bit better on Upstart. Still kind of want to wait. Well, I do like that. Hmm. Yep. Volume on GME is at 5.39. So it's still pretty high. Yeah, Upstart bounced pretty hard. Meta is still falling off. Apple down. So all of the Mag 7 are down though. Yeah, so that's kind of the problem is Upstart seems to be very index exposed as far as liquidity goes right now. And they're covering a little bit here, but not quite enough. I think I'm still gonna wait. It's more difficult to make money on PDT less than 25k account. What about having a 25k port with level 2 options? Makes money easier besides the ability to day trade multiple times. How does having more money make it easier to make money? It's mostly the ability to trade an infinite number of times. You can use risk defined strategies and capture smaller amounts of profits over and over again instead of having to capture big moves just one time, which is far more difficult, right? Why would I retire? More money, better risk management, leverage to hedge. Yeah. I mean, you can scout, but it's very slow progression when you're on PDT. It's also hard to manage positions, right? Like you can't hedge appropriately because you're locked into the number of trades you can take in a single day or a trading session. Like it's always 3, right? And really the idea is to keep you from trading, you know, more than one day in a single 5-day period. Being able to sell spreads and they're profitable the same day, yeah, that's huge. Yeah. The ads are back in force today. I have them turned off completely. What's the rationale behind ads? Trying to get you to buy the thing you already bought. Well, I'd imagine that they're targeted at people who haven't bought the thing yet. Do we start timing out people who complain about ads and it takes like 3 clicks to get an ad blocker? It's harder to block on mobile. I'm a poor. Could you explain, give an example or reference to what strategies you could use to capture smaller gains over and over again that are less risky than banking on big directional moves? Scalping, spread selling, debit spreads. Manage, like, you can't open and manage a condor in PDT, right? I mean, you can, but it has to be a longer, like, it has to be more theta, right? And if there's a sharp intraday move and you don't have enough trades, you can't manage it, right? So you just take the loss. But all of those, yeah. I mean, like opening debit spreads and being able to close them when the the bot side moves into the money is extremely advantageous because you get options, like you can scalp but for a lower upfront capital cost. How much above 15 does Jamie need to stay to be viable for tomorrow? Above 15. It doesn't matter how much, just above it. No, it still kind of looks like shit and chop. Yeah, pattern day trader. Thoughts on top? Oh no, I'm not looking at it right now. It's kind of leveling off. I'm probably not going to see any moves in it until we see them run out of short liquidity, so it could be a little while. IWM's not doing much right now. Kind of had a bigger drop near market open. I guess it's recovering a bit. Dow's having a pretty good day, but tech isn't. Five years up 195 BPS. 10 years 171. 20s 1. 30s 0.92. Hmm. Yeah, Nasdaq's having a terrible fucking day. And that's what's dragging on all of this, right? Look at NQ today. Hmm. How's Jimmy's liquidity looking? It's starting to turn around a bit. Could be like another hour before they run out, maybe 2. The covering from XRT is obviously slowed down quite a bit. So I would say most of the XRT shit is covered. So the question now is the price improvement going to force other ETFs to cover? And if we're going to hold a level where the MM needs to cover more, and if we don't hold 15, it gets kind of risky. It's it's most like NQ is massively overpriced. Yeah. Alright, we're getting kind of close to where we need to be to see if this breaks down. We're seeing put interest pick up and a little bit of call selling as we crossed over the 50. So some profit taking on the 50 calls there. I mean, ideally we'd want to see this pick up some momentum here. Yeah, see, this is the exposure I was worried about with Upstart. That's why I don't want to chase it. I don't particularly like this put, so I think I'm going to cut it. If this bounces, what's my like risk on this? 36. Yeah, if we don't get a continuation here, I'm gonna cut this. I think we get one, but if they come in and start buying again, we won't. So I could go there. Let's see how ES is looking. Yeah, so this is pretty important. If we fail this, which we haven't for days, but if we do, we could go down quite a bit. I do like that. The momentum kind of favors a move down. Yeah, let's see if VIX keeps picking up here. This might actually be juicy. Yeah, GME lost 15. Gross. Nice, Dork. Yeah, I think this is gonna recover. Maybe not. Mm. I fucking love when the market gets volatile. I'd like it to get a little more volatile. BT dividend drops into the port. I can get lunch now. Nice. Super stalker with an eye twitching. Why is GME down 8% on no news? That does tend to get them a bit triggered. Ooh, yes. Lose 43. Do it. Buying more puts, Dork. Yeah, I'm thinking red candle. Popcorn Trader is gonna get his breakdown of 45.54. It's so like tentative though because they're pricks and they can just come in and buy $100 million in calls. and ruin all the fun. Yeah, they can. But maybe, just maybe, they can't afford them for a change. It's really cool that Mag 7's shitting the bed. If we lose this, we're gonna find 40. It might even go lower. We're not very far from like the MM's hedge flipping right here on the 0 DTs. Which has been above 13 for an awfully long time for today's market standards. Hopefully it keeps it up. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Guess I'll go long here. Maybe I wait. Do I want to sell more Palantir spreads? ES caught a bid. Small one, but it looks like it's got some volume coming in. GM bar rate doing uppies? Is it? Ooh, top is starting to turn around a little bit. I'll re-enter GME maybe later today or tomorrow. I'm not gonna fucking sit around and watch my options burn and chop. They're fighting back. Yeah, I know. That doesn't mean they're gonna win though. Right? Oh, Dork, you know what day it is? It's crossover day, Dork. Happy crossover day to you. What was the last crossover day? October 25th. If this bounces, it's retesting 50. I know, it's disgusting.
Order filled.
And then, yeah, they're trying to get a little leverage on it here. GME's starting to run out of liquidity.
Order filled.
Don't look now, but Palantir's red for the first time in 5 years. Oh, nice. I really like the spread setup on it. Yeah, it looks like Top's run out of liquidity. Man, Top might actually have some room to move. Look at this shit. Let's fucking go. Yeah. I learned my lesson with Rev. Alright, well. Top hasn't filed for bankruptcy yet. Well, or no. I don't think they have. They restructured their debt. That's why they squeezed initially. I want to organize my Tupperware cabinet. What's up, Dork? Yeah, I don't really know what that means. Just warning people. About to get a sweet fill on futures. $2,563.50. Okay, that's our habit. Top to 250 or bust. $2 top CSPs are over 10%. Yeah. Still looking bearish, looking bouncy. That's bullish. Like, how high is this gonna run?
Stop filled.
Nice. Ooh.
Order filled.
Seriously, if this rejects right here, it's gonna be fucking awesome. I'll go with that pretty tight though.
Stop field.
Okay. Nope. GME dead? Maybe. At least for now. I can still close above 15, but I cut my options until it gets back. I don't want to take the risk. I don't know why, but I really want to sell more of those 1950-20 Palantir spreads. I have 50, but it would be a lot cooler if it blows up and I can complain more. I mean, I probably wouldn't add to the position unless I could sell them for like 30 cents. What happened to tips with GME with that drop? Not a lot. They're still contracting. Like, GME's running out of liquidity here, but it's not completely out. The worry at this point is that more call buying won't come in to drive it higher, right? Oh shit, it did get rejected.
Order filled.
Hmm. Yeah, I have enough besides I like the jam play better. Same, yeah. Although paying for the jam play with credit spreads is pretty cool. Jimmy bar rate up to 6.3. Why are bulls so fucking stupid most of the time? Like, there's so few smart bulls out there. I guess there's also very few smart bears, too. What if everybody... Yeah, there you go. Fucking everybody's just dumb and reading at the fucking stock market. That's a better assessment. I still don't like the way Upstart looks. Hmm. Let's see what we got going on with SPX here. There's like a lot of put selling down at 30, 25. There's a little bit of call buying here, but it's pretty flat. It doesn't look like they're pushing very hard on the. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're pushing very hard at the resistance right now. At least not with zero DTs. What an FXY squeeze? I mean, I don't know about squeeze, but it can move up a lot over the next like 3 to 6 months. Why the fuck? I cut my upstart position. Why would I watch it? I don't like the way it looks. We're getting way too much like short liquidity from index drops, and the index is choppy. Like, I agree it's really sensitive on the upside moves, but well, I don't think I'm a big fan. This is pretty bearish, right? Losing 50 here. Back to trading ES because nothing but fucking 10 BPS moves. Thoughts on Siri? Still a chance to run. Siri kind of found a bottom on trend today. Let's see if Siri bounces back. Maybe. I still have some Jan shit that I couldn't sell the last time it spiked. I got rid of most of it, but not all of it, so I still have 6 and 7s. Not a lot of time on them anymore, though. Getting pretty close to the end of the year. So ES rejected on this kind of downtrend that's forming. So I'm looking for like another test sub at 4550 ES or sub 4550 ES. My only problem is that volume's kind of diminishing and we haven't lost the 4555 level again yet. So looking for a break right there right now, or a bounce. This is, if you're short at the top here, this is probably a good time to consider stops. We're gonna have an unwelcome surprise for you on where we bounce. It's not that unwelcome. I kind of expect it.
Stop field.
Jimmy's getting crushed. They're shorting it pretty consistently. They almost have it back below trend. Very close. Do I want to play the upside here? It doesn't seem worth it. Call selling's still picking up. So there's still profit taking going on. I'm wondering if this is like further out on the chain. Give me a second. Yeah, maybe some profit taking at like the 45.30 and the 45.20 calls in the money. Right now, ride the NQ Lightning today. Fuck that. NQ's fun, but way too volatile today. I caught an okay move in Dow coming out of pre-market, or like on YM. That was pretty good. Russell's been okay to play. Russell's not as bad as NQ's just a fucking mess today. The entity IES behind the high GME volume obviously wanted to get this over with before earnings. So it's like quite the positive surprise incoming, honestly. Maybe. Yeah, there might be some potential with that. If it's simply XRT covering, right, and we don't see continued covering from any of the other ETFs, then that means those obligations will still be exposed come earnings. But they'll be able to short with XRT, right? So they'll have that big ass pool of liquidity. What's going on with GME at the moment? Just losing momentum with calls and getting shorted via liquidity. Losing momentum with calls. I mean, they're shorting it. They're shorting it with the lending pool too. The borrow rate's been moving up today. But yeah, I mean, like weekly calls are gonna close because the price is down. I sold some GME CCs yesterday when we were above Gamma Max. There was actually like a decent amount of liquidity at the 15. But it looks like I'm buying those back today. Lost it all on top calls. Back to the mines. No, you didn't. How much longer do you think till breakdown? I don't know. Futures is pushing, but it's still right against that fucking resistance. I might short again here.
Order filled.
I wish I got a better fill on that. Let's see if futures loses 55. I mean, that's what it all kind of boils down to, is holding this range. And the fact that bulls keep losing it is probably a good sign for more downside, but they are trying to defend it as much as they can. So, and options interest is kind of flat right now. So this is, if this breaks down more, it's kind of up to the futures market. A little bit below 45.55. $15 doing weird shit. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this information, man? Look at this. Right? I mean, I already bought more puts. My Cosmos is now 17. Lowered it $2 in 3 days. Well done. I rolled down to 15 and out to Jan. Probably should have gone deeper than that. Do you think the Bulls will get more money from their parents to push with? I mean, they could sell more puts here. That's always an option, right? My confidence is now 17. Is the market gonna drop magically again today like it did yesterday at 2:30? No. In fact, it might start bouncing soon. It's stabilized here way too long. Don't like it.
Stop field. Order filled.
How are the massive puts on SAX not just tanking it to oblivion? What massive puts? They're all sold. All the puts are sold. No, TUP was not a Thanksgiving play.
Stop field.
God, I hate this fucking chop.
Order filled.
Please quick drop to 45.25, please. That's asking for a lot.
Stop field.
All right. No, top's not at 250 yet.
Order filled. Stop filled.
Uh,
Order filled.
all right. Tape bombs like that on ES are the worst. Yeah, they're annoying. It's more annoying just to keep repositioning and having to manage it. JPO tomorrow doesn't make sense that they try to pump into close to protect the downside for tomorrow. Possibly, but we're really not anywhere near the part of the day where they're going to get neutral positioning. I need 45, 41 to be profitable. On SPX? Ah, I don't know if you're gonna get that right now. Just hopped on. I'm sure you talked about it, but is GME dead? It's not dead. It's just getting shorted a lot. It's kind of in limbo, but this is what we expected today, is for it to pull back. What matters is if it closes above 15, right? Almost 2/3 don't like the stream. Sad. I don't think that's the case. There's like 200 and something out of 700. Yeah, it's pretty close, I guess. Does it need 45, 45 before it breaks down? It needs to break through 45, 43. The fuck is that? Huh, that's weird. I wonder if I have that on WeBull. Yeah, I do. That's odd. and still doing bearish things.
Stop field.
Put buying. Oh, nice. Put buying, call selling. Lost 55 on ES again.
Order filled.
I don't just like Breton when Gherkin makes a choppy market. I don't make this. I watch you on 6 different screens, logged into one YouTube account, surround video, only 1 like, 6 viewers. Thanks, taking off Friday. I just woke up. I'd take a 150 down day, please. That'd be cool. Yeah. My longer dated positioning would enjoy that very much. I don't know about the whole as long as we hold 15 thing. It's been a long time since hedging options caused price improvement, especially in the face of covering 6 months of internalization and bullshit. It also doesn't look like we're holding 15. Any news on the Japan stuff you mentioned the other day? No? Can I get a spice alert when we break ES 4550? We're on our way there in the slowest fucking possible way. We're gonna bounce here. Wait. I know the answer. Maybe. I mean, bulls aren't winning. We're going down pretty steadily. But they're reticent to give up their supportive and defensive positioning here. Obviously, ideally, they'd want to hold this to 150 into JPOW tomorrow, or 4550 into JPOW tomorrow. The problem isn't so much the bulls that are trying to hold it here, right? It's the bulls that are just taking profits and don't care. And that makes their positioning weaker, right? Oh, Baradactyl, I just refer them to your YouTube videos. Can Japan wreck the US stock market with a rate hike? Yes. Every time I think there's no way they can bounce it here, they do exactly that. Expect that. That's what you should be expecting. No, I haven't had any coffee yet. I was doing a bunch of shit in pre-market, and I got caught up in that, and then I forgot to get coffee, and I wanted to make sure I wrote the daily DD, and so then I don't know, I just got kind of caught up in everything and forgot to get a coffee. Thanks, Ben. You're a 2-month member here. I'm just wondering if the calf cam is VR compatible. Don't worry, I'm fully clothed. It is. Just hit the 360-degree video button. Holy fuck, this is boring. This is it. 45-44. Let's see if we lose it. Maybe I'll get a coffee and some cereal. A+ content. Thanks, Puddin' Flaps. Only if I can raid the freezer. Jimmy's up 30% 2 days because retail traders today, nothing. If you think this is boring, you should try being a corporate accountant. Ew. No, thank you. You should see how much of the pickle jar overheld GME calls and are now down. It's gotta be like at least 30%, right? I don't know. The shakeout at the end of the day yesterday probably scared some people, right? Seemed like most people were picking up profits yesterday. They were pretty good profits. It would have been hard to say no to them. I just assume anybody asking me if GME is going to turn around overheld their calls. That's usually how I figure it out. SS says they don't trust this run, and they're DRS and Zen. Good for them. So you played just 10 lot on Jamie puts for 1 month or so. Is there be enough liquidity for me to get out? I don't see why not. It's usually not too hard to get out of puts. The problem with puts on Jamie is they're generally overpriced. You don't say no to 5x, 10x, 15, or 20x. Yeah. I was taking profits all the way up. Fuck that. I'm not playing those games with Jamie anymore. Today being the end of the month, could you talk about how end of the month usually affects markets? Are any months in particular different for inflows or outflows? Just your take. Um, Quarterly end of the month is generally more important than the ones in between, but there's usually some rebalancing that goes on in like mutual and pension funds. Um, that's generally about it. Quarterly you get a lot more activity because everyone's trying to hit their quarterly targets, and you're getting a lot more rebalancing across a greater number of funds, right? So like December, end of December's a huge one. You get like tax loss harvesting and stuff. And then like end of March, end of August, um, end of September. Those are usually the big like end of month. We have a JPM collar roll today, but it's like a really tiny one. It's like the little baby collar. I don't think we're anywhere near it. Actually, part of it might be at 45.75. Let me double check. I think I put. Where the fuck did I put that? I made a spreadsheet for them. Drive? Oh, yep. Nope. We're nowhere near any of it. Sold is 47.45, and the long put is 42.70. So, yeah, we're nowhere near that one. I really wish this would push down a bit more. Getting close to breaking 45.43. 45.50 Gonzo? Well, for now. Yeah, we're starting to get some momentum, which is really cool. I'd like to get a lot more of it. We may find support at futures 45.50, which, would be annoying as fuck, but at least it's not 45.55. Or we just break right through it. Fucking awesome. Yes. This is the stuff. More of that, please. Loser bulls. Well, let's catch up to NQ on its fucking 100 BPS down day. Watching you on a 5-minute delay, ghosting your plays. I haven't made any plays. I'm out of day trades. Ooh, nice, Dork. Nothing like a good pump failure to get things rolling.
Stop filled.
Yeah, well, that's a start. Is the cash account dead? No. No. Nope. I saved it yesterday.
Order filled.
Although it's gonna suck if Tep doesn't run. Eh. Why was there such a delay on the open close open? What a fucking piece of shit. That should be the breakout. GME's turning around a little bit. I think the 45 call was the play there, but OKTA took a major hit after data breach news. Looking spicy for more downs. Okay. Any chance we see Upstart run this week? Maybe. This bounce will probably... If this bounce continues, that'll probably be good for it, but... I don't know. They keep getting a lot of liquidity on Upstart, and it's partially because NASDAQ's dropping like a fucking rock today. Come on, futures. Already went long.
Stop filled.
Bastard. Eh, that's not too bad. Any chance we see VIX sub 13 this week? The rest of this week? We could see it tomorrow. Absolutely. The 45.75s that were long this morning were closed out. The short ones stayed on the chain. When's the last time we had a morning sell-off into a V-shaped recovery? We didn't really have a morning sell-off. Well, I guess we did. We already did that, though. Bears being brutal with NQ today. Yeah. Yeah, NQ's getting fucking slammed. The company uses OKTA for our passwords, possibly switching. I'm sure other companies are thinking the same. Yeah, that's possible. It's generally not a good thing when the security company in charge of your passwords has a data breach. A 12-ish VIX is right back to the extreme. I mean, 12-ish VIX is 30 cents away, right? It's really not that hard to get back there. Jokes on them. My password is guessed. They seems like they got the bounce, especially since the drop was so controlled. Not yet, they don't. They're trying to get it though. Hmm.
Order filled.
Really? Okay. That was in the wrong spot. 45.57. Excuse me. Ooh,
Stop filled.
are you kidding me? Really defending 45.44. No, they're just trying to claw their way out of the hole. Retesting or yeah, retesting 50. Still not a lot of volume on it though. Um,
Order filled.
Not a lot of change in gamma so far. No, I didn't go long. Yes. Hmm. Gamma flip points at 45.37.50. That should be kind of bearish. If Japan pegs the yen to the dollar, which is the top and which is the bottom? The yen is the top. Say VIX 1333, VIX 1250. I would think we would see S&P 4590 or thereabouts. No, absolutely not. The other day, VIX went down like 8%, and we traded flat at 45.50. That's those two things aren't intrinsically. They're not positively correlated all the time. Oh, GME's doing a little bit better. Might have been premature, but took risk off the table. Profit. All talk of bounces made me do it. Yeah, it's probably smart. This is a big resistance at 45.50. It's really important too. So
Stop field.
falling wedge. Yeah, it has been for a while. It just keeps failing to break out. Uh,
Order filled.
Is Hal buy a call just in case? What? So touch it, rocket ship to all-time high. I mean, very easily back to like 45.50. Apparently that buy program that's buying every downtick on ES is still there. It doesn't seem to be nearly as powerful as before though. They're not in a good range for that. They're trying to avoid too much. It would appear they're trying to avoid taking on too much put selling. They've not been selling a lot of puts today. Well, let's see if this breaks out. No, this
Stop
isn't
field.
quite the same on.
Order filled. Stop field.
I swear to God, if we go right back down again. Yeah, I know it's the push, but I got rejected pretty hard.
Order filled.
A pager went off? Crash or rocket? You have a pager? Are you a drug dealer? Are you buying any GME calls for next week? Not yet. Maybe. I might, but not yet. This is my PG rated humor. I see. Juice this motherfucker. I don't know. My 45 calls have fallen in and out of the money so many times now that I've kind of given up on them. Jesus fucking Christ, get some momentum already.
Order filled.
Where the fuck did I place an order? Oh, okay. Cool. Epic fucking drop. It's the worst. I wish I had more settled cash. These bounces are fun. Yeah. Thoughts on $2 top calls for December 15th? I have some. I don't like that Tup's not getting a lot of volume today, though. Time for calls? Or this goes back down. It's not time for anything. It's just chopping. This is an atrocious, awful chop. Bulls keep failing to get enough momentum to break out because all of the flow is fucking to the short side. And there's no capitulation because the puts never go in the fucking money. Dow's ripping today, though. Dow's up 87 BPS. Transportation's up. Utilities are up. Salesforce is up 6.77%. UNH is up 2.73. Verizon, JPM, J&J, Merck, Boeing, Han, IBM.
So yeah, Dow's doing really well. Nasdaq looks like shit, but like the finance and health tech sectors are killing it today. Health services are killing it. Like RSP's up 41 BPS. That was rude. Hmm. Ugh. Grind chop all day. It's looking more and more like that, yeah. We have about 0 DTE, 45 straddle here. I think we'll have enough movement. I think there's a distinct possibility that no, we wouldn't have enough movement.
Order filled.
When I was a kid, nobody who was a regular guy had a pager. It's fair. No one here cares if I make money. My office is constantly populated with someone talking endlessly. Why do people at your job talk so much? Do you have like a door? Can you just close your door? That's my hesitation too. It's pretty garbage. I think the biggest problem with the add the money straddle right now is you need what, like it's gonna be like $8. So you're gonna need a pretty decent move. I just don't know if we have it in us. This is pretty trash. So it's
Order filled.
hey. What does it benefit MSM to say that retail's pumping GME rather than covering happening? The fucking half of the MSM articles are just written by like an algorithm, right? They're just like, oh, stock X is running because of, X, Y, or Z reason, and then it just plugs it in. It's not like they're doing research to figure out why a stock is moving. This is like if there isn't a headline article, they'll just blame it on something else. Do the regards and if influencers just not get ETF shorting and reg show? How do they explain a 30% rocket and drop off before earnings? I mean, as far as the super stonkers go, they can't admit to ETF shorting, right? Because it bypasses DRS. Which, I mean, if ETF is shorting is true, then DRS is false. Like, the concept of DRS tying up the float isn't real because there's infinite synthetic liquidity outside of the lending pool. So they're not a big fan of that idea. They'd also have to admit that I was right all along, which is even harder for them. GDP now forecast now at 1.8%. Ooh, it's dropping. Nice. Wish me luck. I just still done my 360 review for my leadership. Here's to testing the anonymity of the survey, as I was brutally honest about his incompetent leadership. Oh, he's gonna read out. Yeah, you're. Did you start applying at new jobs? You mean the infinity lending pool? That's the funniest thing about it all. Yeah. I'm just glad that we can agree that ETFs are hella dumb. I mean, kind of cool if you're a short hedge fund. What exactly is the impact of DRS? If the lending pool, so if ETF liquidity becomes exhausted and borrowers need to turn to the lending pool liquidity would be diminished. It also makes it cheaper to short the stock down. As in short sales have greater performance the more you DRS. Because DRS widens the spread. And so when you go to short, you're able to realize more price action per individual short sale than you would otherwise. Which means if you're a short fund and people DRS, you build up less FTDs and obligations if the stock is more illiquid. Yeah, it costs GME money, but we've never been able to figure out how much exactly. Have you discussed what crossover day actually is? Or is it still proprietary? Or it's not proprietary. It's just me and Dork fucking around with each other. What? Why didn't I fill? That's annoying.
Order filled.
This has a little more momentum. And a little more volume, which is kind of cool. $44, $45, $44.50.
Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled.
Okay. Have you discussed what crossover is? So is there? So there is benefit. I mean, if you're shorting GME, sure. Surprise, surprise. MSM says GME is going to 20 and it drops. I'm not that surprised. Crossover day is when the great super outback is celebrated. On the contrary, if mass buying comes in because institutions switch long, illiquidity pumps the price much faster. No, because there's synthetic liquidity to short with. The flows are net negative, not positive. Retail doesn't leverage the upside. That's the problem. Like we do. But you know, we're gonna take profits because we're not gonna fucking sit there and let our options burn up. But a much broader swath of retail would have to buy options in order to leverage that sufficiently. NQ just rebounded from that drop in 30 seconds. This price action on GME is likely due to all the 750 CSPs I sold. Your wife's gonna divorce you. Me today on my day off. Oh, cool, we're about to break 45.40. Goes to have breakfast, comes back. Oh, cool, we're about to break 45.40. Goes to the park with dog, comes back, Oh, I kind of like this. This is nice.
Order filled. Stop filled.
How? Oh, it didn't move. Once retail learns about CSPs, it's game over. They'll never do that. I'm being greedy by holding SPY 456 puts expiring tomorrow, up 71%, only one left. Nice. Not super greedy, but you may want to hedge it overnight or something. I don't really know what SPY is trading at. Eh. That's one DTE? Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna hold it, you're gonna want to hedge it overnight. How's Upstart looking? Overexposed to index liquidity. So not great. It's not enjoying the fact that QQQ is dumping and all the like that's gonna pump a ton of liquidity into bots. Like Nvidia's down, Meta's down, Microsoft is down. And that AI ETF is like most of its liquidity, so if all of those are dumping, it's not very good for Upstart. It's still very illiquid, but that doesn't mean it's gonna run. Like if they can net off their exposure, they'll be okay for now. So we have a pretty good put ramp below 45.40 down to 45.25.
Order filled.
It's grindy because the MMs, you know, we're still in a positive gamma environment, but if we lose 45, 37, 50 on the daily, we'll lose some of that, well, a big chunk of that positive gamma. But so far we haven't broken that. Technically upstart at the double top around 28 on the test yesterday and the test today, so it doesn't look good in the short term. No, I agree. A funny browsing RSS is why Jimmy was running. I posted that XRT got off Reg Show a week ago, and my post was removed. That's how it works. They don't want to hear anything that goes against their narrative. There's a moderately popular TikTok video saying to buy SLM, get the div, then sell around 16. I realize this does nothing long term, but it might see a small move. It'll probably drop. I wouldn't try to dividend harvest as an individual trader. That's a really, really, really bad idea. Institutions can pull that shit off, but you'll probably just get burned. You'll buy it, it'll drop the amount of the dividend, and then maybe continue dropping. Is Tup done for the day? I don't know. No, I mean they haven't really covered anything on Tup at all. My problem with Tup is that none of the options are going in the money. Like the 150s are in the money, but I don't see anything to pressure it at these prices. Like if we were closer to 2, there's a lot of pressure. But we'll see. I mean, liquidity is definitely getting eaten up on it. They're still netting. It simply may not do much today, though. Hmm. That looks pretty bearish. Are they about to bounce or just letting puts take profits? I don't think we're seeing a lot of put profit taking. Not a lot of puts are in the money at this price. There's far more out of the money puts. Options interest is still pretty flat. Momentum's kind of on the bear side, but we already know that can reverse really quickly. What happens if falling wedge break down? Pretty bearish. Hasn't on futures yet, though.
Stop field.
Nice. What time is JPOW Friday? 11. Is talking at 11.
Order rejected.
What the fuck? Is there a British man in your house announcing trades? I gotta figure out how to turn that off. Yeah. I'm just not gonna fuck with this. Didn't JPOW say the soft landing was basically dead like 4 meetings ago? Yeah. 2 meetings ago. And then on the last meeting, back on. Nice, Cobra. Oh, it's pushing down a little bit more. I made $50 in the green colors. More of a 2-inch memory foam topper landing with some cinder blocks underneath it right now. We'll see how soft the landing is. I don't think it'll be very soft. When real moves, I don't like setting stops every 5 seconds. Yeah, me either. I don't know. This is probably not worth trading. There's still too much defensive positioning, and there's no momentum in really either direction. Like, we're getting a lot of call buying here. It's probably going to spike it again, but it's like... Volume is trash right now. Yeah. Today's definitely a day that benefits sell side. It's really fucking choppy. Everything keeps gapping. I haven't made any trades today. It sounds like a good thing. You recommend staying out? Yeah, it's fine for like longer dated shit, but intraday it's garbage. I mean, I've picked up like a little bit of money trading ES, but SPX you gotta be in and out quick because everything keeps getting rejected super hard too. The hate Theta gang, they're no fun. That's fair. Where's the upper put wall on SPX? 40, 45, 45, 45. Holy fuck, this is the worst. Yeah, futures have just been doing this since like 10. But all of the bigger moves are like one candle, right? It's like fucking ridiculous. It's even worse on the 1 minute. Here comes the push to checks notes. 45, 45. I might not even get that. There's not a lot of put capitulation though, I'll say that much. I don't even know which one I got filled on. It was the down tick. Calls back to 50? Nope. Nope, just garbage. That looks a little better. Yeah. Yeah, so if it breaks up here, then maybe. But we need to break 45. And 45 is a pretty strong resistance. Alright, yeah, futures broke a little bit. Nope, and immediately rejected. Dude, this is such bullshit. If Bulls accepted their fate, we'd just crash. That'd be cool. Was that SPX gamma flip line from positive to negative? The gamma, like the 40 537.50. Wow. I mean, that's not gamma neutral, but it is for the 0 DTs. Like 14 DTs or whatever. What's DNGN again on ABNB? For today? I haven't checked. Hold on. Um, 126.50 for Delta and 125.92 for Gamma. The 55 acting as a resistance on futures should be bearish. Yeah, they're stomping on VIX pretty hard. DNGN, RMB. Thank you. So basically, we keep bouncing off gamma neutral. No, it's been bouncing off of delta neutral for most of the week. Like it stayed above just at delta neutral for the last 10 days. Which is, yeah, it's been annoying. Dow's kind of ripping here. It's also a Cybertruck. They're very close to each other. I mean, they're almost at the same price. Perfect timing. Biden creates a new economic council on supply chains. Bullish, right? If SPX breaks up in a beautiful way above 45, 50, 60 again, is that bullish for the next few days? No, I don't think so. I think there's still no liquidity to the upside, so like the situation hasn't really changed very much. We're trading in a slightly lower range today because a lot of the call side support broke down, but there's still support down to like or like defensive call positioning down to 45.25. Things don't get really bearish. Like I mean, as far as like long term shorting goes, nothing's worth shorting until we break like 45.25, the collar 4,500. We got a lot. We got a lot to go. That was awesome. I've been gapped up in a while, D engineer. If Apple breaks 187.50 tomorrow after JPOW, because of him or just Apple breaking him down in general, would you enter bear put spreads for the 15th? Yes. I'm very happy about the calls I sold on Apple. Those are enjoying the fucking slow decline in the SPX and the massive drop in NQ. Hmm. Oops. Yep, no way to tell where this is gonna go. Desperate fighting for every candle. Healthy bull market. They've made a big pile of doo doo at 4,500. That they really need to avoid letting fall into the money. I have no idea what this is gonna do. It's just fucking bullshit chop. Like I said, Richie, 20 times before, this really isn't worth playing. Might fall all the way back to 45.40. Might not. Might catch a bid and bounce back to 45.46. I don't miss walking at all, Ben. Should you make triangles to make it more entertaining? No. Breaking news, I'm playing it. It's not worth it. Can you close your CCs? I already closed them. Setting up a straddle for tomorrow? Yeah, it could be worthwhile. I'm not going to do it yet because I don't want to pay for the extra theta, but I'm definitely going to straddle Powell's speech tomorrow. Oh no. What? Got stopped out. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, this is bullshit. I think it's getting progressively more bearish, but we're not getting any like breakdowns, so it's kind of not worth it at all. Positioning's almost not moved. It almost hasn't moved all day. There's a big pile of calls at 50 and a big pile of puts at 45. But not enough puts below 45 to drive us lower. So new fucking $10 range. Why did Top Financials get fucked harder than my wife this quarter? Yeah, they didn't file their quarterly report. I don't know. And it's fucking Tupperware. Who the fuck buys that shit? My grandma. What do you mean everyone? Everyone's not buying Tupperware. There's a million other companies that make food storage materials. Maybe Tup should move into e-commerce. There's an unlimited supply of Tupperware passed from house to house via leftovers. Is it still a thing that people do? We're still hoping that GME remains elevated to benefit from T+2. Yes. Gherk, I bet you a boastful I told you so that we end above 45.50. I'd believe it. Should I cut my TQQ put or hedge it with a short dated call? I don't know if it's worth hedging. Isn't it? How much theta do you have on it? Yeah, but you can hedge it tomorrow. He doesn't need to hedge it today for JPOW. It's for Jan 44. Seems like you have plenty of time. I mean, yeah, you could hedge it. You just buy. Why wouldn't you just buy like a weekly? Like for the Powell speech, you could just buy a 1 DTE, right? Someone needs someone with leftovers at Thanksgiving. I upcycled lunch meat containers. No Tupperware here. Nice. I didn't know lunch meat came in containers. Doesn't it come in like little bags? Or paper? I literally told the Jimmy chat yesterday to sell at the top. I just sold everything at the top. Is Hefty made by Tupperware? No, I don't think so. Glad is killing the food storage game right now. Greg's so rich he doesn't know what lunch meat comes in. It comes in like paper. This is prepackaged lunch meat. It's below you. Ew. Jen, I think you can fork out the extra $1 to get fresh deli lunch meat. I cannot see Greek. I do own a deli slicer. So you're not far off, Carl. Don't you me? I shop at Walmart. I won't eat their deli meat. It just sounds like a I don't know. That can't be better. What brand of deli meat does Walmart sell? Like what's their premium deli meat? I mean eating cans of Spam with a fork. You guys ever try just finishing your entire meal like an adult? No Tupperware needed. No. Costco doesn't have a deli. Boar's Head's pretty good. I think it's called Not Horse brand deli meat. Hillshire Farms. I feel like horse meat would be really expensive. Horses cost a lot more than cows and pigs and chickens. If you're buying prepackaged garbage, make your own. It's not hard. Buy a couple cuts of meat, brine, season, roast, slice it. It's cheaper that way too. Yeah, that sounds delicious. Hillshire Farm sells extra thin sliced. It's fine, but it's like those are like loaf meat. Oh Jesus, I'm not making my fucking own meat. I I just don't want you to get colon cancer, Jan. Boar's used to work at a supplier of their private label. It's not great. I mean, none of them are great, right? They're all just like cured meats. The deli I go to just like makes their own like ham and brisket and stuff, corned beef. Don't call it loaf meat. I can only eat it without looking too closely as it is. People with infinite time here. Don't buy furniture at the furniture store. Just spend years as an apprentice. Buy $20,000 of equipment and make your own. I mean, it's not hard to make a fucking ham, J Fresh. Like, I'm not saying people should be like, you know, brining and curing their own pastrami or anything, but like, you can just chuck a ham in the oven and then slice it. Turn that extra closet into a brining room. No, momentum's not real today. You have to go catch a ham first? No. I made my own bacon one time. I bought like they sell like sliced pork belly at Costco. It wasn't good. Like it was good initially and then it wasn't good anymore. It didn't last. I probably should have frozen it. Because it was like 5 pounds of pork belly. But, you know, way cheaper than bacon. This year we'll be making cherry Coke ham at Christmas. Delicious. Huh. Now you're up 23%, Dork. Jayfresh just comes in here with one liner, then fades back to lurking in the shadows. Such a Chad cat. You gotta smoke the pork belly whole before slicing it into bacon. You can just cure it. You don't have to. You don't have to smoke it. I'm intrigued by this cherry Coke ham. Just douse your ham in grenadine and corn syrup. It could drop lower today. It could just do nothing. Curing bacon instead of smoking it is like buying a put on a stock because you're too poor to sell CCs on it. Yeah. Tell that to prosciutto, you fuck. Who wins end of day? Bulls or bears? No one. The market maker. Oh, hold on. Carl timed you out, so it must be good. I call Carl's mouth his ham hole and his other end his hog hole. Bacon is not better than prosciutto. Hold the fuck up. Wrong. Just no. No. Incorrect. Mobile timeouts are so much better. They give me a 10-second option. Ew, interesting. Dork has gone too far, way too far. Now, don't get me wrong, I love bacon, but they're not even in the same league. Smoked bacon from Singleton Smokehouse in Vermont? Interesting. That's because they're poor and they don't know prosciutto exists. You've probably, I'm going to go with you've been eating the wrong prosciutto, Dork. Has your prosciutto come in a plastic package? Let's start there. If the answer is yes, you've been eating the wrong prosciutto. I'd rather be sexed up with bacon than prosciutto. The grease makes things more slippery and fun. We could use guanciale. That's pretty greasy. I buy it from the homeless guy behind the 7-Eleven. Okay, that's not prosciutto. Seared prosciutto, or you could do both. Salami is totally different. It's you can't compare this. Salami is like a sausage. That's not the same. I don't mean pancetta. But he cures it as grundle. Gross. Let's get back on topic here. Okay, Jen can buy a ham, stick it in her oven with some rosemary, and then fill all the containers of loaf meat that she's upcycled with fresh, delicious ham. Freeze the ones she's not using, and then boom, she can look at her sandwich every day with her glasses on instead of off. You know? That wasn't a euphemism, Carl. Iberico is really good too. I'm not gonna knock it. It's not as good as prosciutto. They feed the fucking pigs hazelnuts. It's amazing. It's the best thing in the world. Or she could just invite Carl's mom over. She brings homemade roast beef every time. Why not sell the ham, open an LLC, a hallway closet ham? I like your entrepreneurial spirit, rare panda egg. That's where I lamely announced that I don't like ham, as if that nullifies your entire argument. What's your favorite lunch meat, Jen Jen? Mesquite turkey? Really? You had to pick something smoked? What's up, Dancy? I'm sending you hoghead cheese for Christmas. Don't. I won't eat it. I'll just throw it right in the trash. Don't saddle me with a husband. You can't eat centaurs. They're sentient. Blueberry Batman. Nvidia's fallen into the elevator shaft. Yeah, that's not doing great. Hmm. To appeal to a younger audience, Hallway Closet Ham will be introducing for the first time ever Sprinkle Ham? Ew. Alton Brown has a method of smoking things in a cardboard box. That sounds like it would end up tasting like cardboard. Kirk's flipped a food tag. Close out your weeklies. Are we gonna close at 45.50? Maybe. I hope not, for your sake. I hope we stay below 45.55 on ES. But no, I moved out of that apartment like a year and a half ago, Dancy. I only buy gourmet cardboard, so I'm giving it a shot. My wife just walked by and she said the only ham she wants is your ham. What woman? Tell her I said thanks. Or hear me out. 45.30. No. QQQ looks like it wants to be naughty. You sure about it? It looks like shit. What about one share of top? Win generational wealth. Never. Win top short squeeze after my options expire. I spent a lot of dollary dues on this. Oh, then after your options expire. This jar, I was excited today because I was bringing leftover charcuterie for lunch from our friend thing last night. Now look at this bag of meats you've been shitting on. Just because you move out doesn't mean the mold doesn't follow you. We just have mold in different parts of the house now. Mushrooms outside and all. Wait, are you still living in that fucking moldy apartment that the landlord refuses to fix? Sue them. I had deep dish for dinner last night. You should be ashamed of yourself. Did you wash it down with Malort? My TQQQ put tick down. Euro tonight. Ooh, I want to go get Greek food. I come back from a meeting and all I see is green candles. You've been here the whole time. Who were you meeting with? I like to use my deli slicer to make delicious ortolan sandwiches. I actually bought the deli slicer to slice vegetables. But I have used it for meat before. It does a pretty good job. Do you remember the price Buffett was buying Oxy? Yeah. Hold on. He was buying it between 50 to 25, and I think his last purchase was at I think his last purchase was at like 56. I'm buying another press brake, I think. Do you need it, or do you just really want to buy it? You really need an automated mandolin? I mean, I don't want to stick my fingers in a mandolin. Those things are fucking scary. When I was like 22, I was working at this one place. And one of the prep chefs wasn't like looking. And he was like using the mandolin on potatoes, I think. And he sliced all the fucking skin off. Like this entire, like all of his knuckles, right? And his palm too. Just like a sheet gone. Fuck that. I own one too, but I don't use it. Just a little bit of extra protein in the scalloped potatoes. It was a horrific injury. Hmm. Do you get chainmail gloves to wear while you're using your death slicer machine? No. It's got like a handle. You don't need gloves. GME's price is slightly improving into the end of the day. Hmm. I have a deli slicer. I was talking about somebody who was using a mandolin. First time watcher, have you ever broken up a happy home? Yeah. Well, I guess it wasn't entirely happy. I've been so unproductive lately. Today, why didn't you tell me you were going to make the market do this earlier? I feel like I warned everyone about this last night already. You may have, but that's not what I wanted to believe. I mean, we got like a $10 drop. That was fun. This is breaking down a little. Is that a new low? It is. Woo, exciting. Now we can go back up to 45, 45. Did you really break up a home? How? Story time? Oh, Rims and Tim's girlfriend got in touch with me, and I was like, why are you dating this guy? He can't even afford a Land Rover. And then, yeah, one thing led to another. That's real? No, it's not real. But Carl timed him out while I said it. How do you sell plastic recycling to people? All right, see you later, Dancy. My average price on Oxy? Let me look. $55.89. I don't know what it is adjusted. I've sold covered calls against it, but I didn't keep track. Get out of here with your wishful thinking analysis, dork. I just want my TQQQ put to be worth $50. Like premium value? Might have to wait a few days. It's almost like they need to grab liquidity before December's earnings. 1028.31 last year, 1028.30 this year. I don't think they're done covering, turd. But yeah, I think they wanted to get XRT off Reg Show and clear out the obligations before earnings. Could have also just been a delay because of the holiday, right? In the prior week. Because like Thanksgiving, like we had Thanksgiving and then the half day. Is PBR a good long at this level? I mean, I wouldn't buy it at these prices. Elon made me buy puts on Disney. Like, personally? Did he at least pay for them? It's a 44p, so I know that's impossible, but still. If Jimmy makes it above 15 by end of day, are you going to pick up some calls? Probably. Yeah. It looks like it's going to. I wonder if China's going to pump oil with their stimulus aims. I can't decide if I want to start DCAing into Oxy now that it's under 60. I mean, I'm not buying it for more than Buffett paid. And the mods have gone mad with power. Yeah. That's pretty much usually the case. When does SLD start for December? I always figure it's Monday or Wednesday. It's Wednesday before OPEX. So it's like the 13th. You don't think they aren't covering because the borrow rate has gone up? Yes. Partially. Also the liquidity, but you have a good range to pick up AMKBY for a long hold. Are you sure you want to invest in that? Have you done your research? Or are you just buying it because I own a lot of it? I just bought some at 7. Not much though, but I got a partial fill at 7. I have another buy. I have another buy in at 6. And one at 5. I don't think Maersk is going away soon. Probably not. No. But you might want to take a good long look at their margins before you consider buying it at these prices. Do super starkers think the whole market is being leveraged to help GME shorters? Yes, they do. If GME makes it above 15 by end of day, are you gonna pick? I already answered that. Right? Yeah, I'll probably pick up a few. Do you think bulls try to push for 45.50? Maybe towards the end of the day, as like neutral positioning comes in for tomorrow. Maersk are not making much, if any, for the next 2 years. It's a long-term hold, but a short-term play. Yeah. Yeah, they're probably not going to do well for a couple years. I might actually sell some of mine and buy back in later. do like the current bounce. I don't have to worry about the... Yeah, if I buy back in before the end of the year... Yeah, nah, I'll just leave it. Yeah, I planned on doubling down at 6 and 5. Which should give me roughly a cost basis around 550. And then I figure it'll be like 20, 25, 26 before it's worth getting out of. But the dividend's awesome, right? Especially if they're going through like a growth cycle. June will go down to 5. The next covering will happen in March 2024. It'll go up to 15. That's still pretty a liquid turd. You forgot the double top? Why is Palantir not dropping off a steep rock formation? I can't say cliff. Wait, what? Why not? Patience is not my forte, nor is making money. Palantir's... it's declining very slowly. But it's coming down. Wouldn't mod. I can't take these 300 seconds. No. I really think we're gonna chop in this range for 5 ever. Probably for a bit longer, yeah. $11 tomorrow. I did the Brick B play, but the sold put is up 140 and the bot puts are down 10. I'm not sure this is how it was supposed to work, but now I'm up 12% in a day and I don't want to sell it. What do I do? That's the point of the position. You just sit on it until something extreme happens. You could close it and take your $140 and then reopen it higher. Watch the Powell thing is just him reading Green Eggs and Ham to a nursery, and the market tanks and they drop their Seuss edge. I mean, yeah, right. If Powell doesn't comment on monetary policy tomorrow, then yeah, the market's just gonna drop, right? There's nothing else. There's no more speculation to hold it up. Not until the week after next. Why is AMKBY's divvy so high? Some kind of special corporate model? No, they just pay out a portion of their cash flows as a dividend. It fluctuates a lot. If you go back and look, it's not always super high. But historically, the stock is pretty cheap. So. Yellen said they fixed the economy. I made a meme last night about that. What if, and this is the bull's worst nightmare, what if JPOW just never cuts rates? Just like how many pauses before people are like, huh, this is really bad. Can we tell where the straddles are for Powell tomorrow? They're gonna be like here. They're gonna be between 45, 50, and 40, like where we traded today. And then, usually like the next two strikes out of the money for strangles. Really? I didn't have any problem getting fills on Burke. No, I expect the dividend to go down. Their cash flows are falling off a cliff. The real question is, why do the bulls think that inflation returning to 2% necessitates interest rate cuts? Because that's what they were promised, right? How can things be bullish if if federal funds rates just stay high and inflation goes down? The spread on that back ratio is currently 9.85 with 15.4. Let's see, I got my sold puts at 1780. And the bot puts are 1480. It's like a $3 spread. Are you entering it all at once or are you selling the put separately? If it looks like I filled like right in the mid. GDP is up 5%. Yeah, that means, Garrick. That's right. Rate cuts. Why? Well, the economy's doing so well. Why do we need to cut rates? I say you're a really low effort meme. All right, that's actually pretty good though. I really don't understand that though. Like why would the Fed cut rates if the economy is booming with rates at 5%? I'm selling the spread then buying the put. Oh, that might be harder. So there's no loss above 360. Yeah, so if Burke does phenomenally over the next year and nothing happens, there's just no loss. You tied up, the cost, right? Or you could just close it, right? For up to a certain point, you can make a profit on the upside. But yeah, there is a loss. But it's only between was it like 340 and 360. And if the price drops sooner than that, you make even more. Yeah, but Burke moved up today, right? And so the short puts will be more profitable. Or the short put will be more profitable. When you get them that far out, if there's like a move up, you can usually close it at a profit. But that also is going to be dependent on the spread. Sell some futures or something. It's not going to do any good. How else did you do the play in WeBull? I don't think you'd have another way of doing it in WeBull. But you might have to wait a while to get a favorable fill. Has Buffett said anything about Munger yet? No, I don't think so. Or at least nothing that I've seen. It did explain it. Daily MACD finna bus on what? No, I explained it in the fucking DD that I wrote. VIX is coming down, yeah. Was this the slowest breakdown in the history of breakdowns? The downside is very well defended, which is annoying, but it is what it is. We're in for a bounce. Probably, yeah. Back to 45 or 50. There's not a lot of calls left at 50, but that could change. The problem is 40-45 is like a brick wall. When I put the Berkeley play in option strat, I see a chart that shows a 1K loss. Above 360. Yeah, we lose the money from the second put. Well, part of the second put, not all of it. You can sell the put deeper in the money if you really want to, but then Burke would have to move up to like 387. But that's the losses. You also have the credit received, right? That's paying for the most of the first put and a little bit of the second. If you want, you can set it up like this too, but you may not want to carry the margin. Hold on. You can set it up like that. So the deeper in the money you sell the call, the more credit you receive. And so if the credit exceeds both puts, then you're profitable to the upside. It's some Pickles picks. I think the company I'm at might shut down in this recession. They're just now worrying about OOE since 15 machines are consistently scheduled with no work. Orders have been down broadly for a little while now. The CDS shit about UBS was from March. That was just like a bullshit post on Twitter. Why am I out of my mind? Burke just hit like 330 last month. I'd short Burke. You guys gonna give his money away once he's visited by Munger on Christmas Eve? Oh, this is the worst dork. For some idiotic reasoning, the CFO and CEO of my division thought the ramp up in demand for medical devices would last a lot longer than it has. Waiting for Haas to be reopened? Hmm. My Brook beef fell below the mid by like 60 cents. Nice, man. What's gonna happen to Oxy if Buffett's sympathy dies? I don't think much. They still have a massive amount of exposure to like Permian Basin drilling, and I think they actually just proposed another buyout recently. I forget the name of the company that they were looking at. Crown Rock. Oh, that's interesting. JPM picked up a 10.6% stake in IDR. Huh. That's not a small chunk. I have a feeling we dumped a 45.35 before end of day. Yeah. What if we just stay here? Between 45.45 and 45.40 for the rest of the day. Then I'll be upset. Okay. Crowd Rock was the name of my 3-week rock music retreat featuring Hoobastank as the headliner every single night. I think we're about to break through ES 45.55 and squeeze to ES 45.75. No. Watching you guys project price targets all day while we trade in a $5 range has been wildly entertaining, though. I don't know. I haven't looked at snow in a while. I wonder why I haven't looked at it. I usually like shorting them because they're like even more overvalued Palantir. Hmm. Yeah, maybe. Possibly not for a little while though, but we're up quite a bit. I don't believe you. About what, Ben? It's just gonna close at 45, 47.50, and we all know it. Didn't the US have massive problems due to regulations to mine rare earths? I remember reading something about how they could not turn a profit. What are you talking about? Where did that come from? What are the odds that we close above 15 tonight and avoid being figuratively pegged by my wife? Slightly better. They're really shorting the fuck out of VIX. But we haven't broken through 45.55 yet. But today has been wildly entertaining. No, just everybody like, oh, we're gonna drop to 45.30 now, right? We're gonna go to 45.60 now, right? No. No, we're gonna trade somewhere between 45.40 and 45.50 for the rest of our lives. VIX is back down to levels not seen since 15 bips ago. Please close your iron condor. Can't. She's saying like 4,000 weeklies are dead. Yeah. Why would you buy 4,000 weeklies? If Tesla breaks 239.50 puts? No. Why 230? That seems like a very arbitrary target. If Tesla breaks 230, maybe, but 239.50 is irrelevant. That's not an important price. 237.50 might be, but not very. That's, well, it depends on how close to a Friday we are, I guess. Seen big options buys this morning for 45.50 for September. Okay. The highlight today was Jen's realization that she loves loaves of meat. Or loaf meats. My grandma just linked me an article on Airbnb killing 19 people so far from carbon monoxide. Bullish. I feel like that's not really Airbnb's fault, right? Important update, my leftover charcuterie is delicious, and I'm no longer disappointed. Popcorn tree, we're going to 4,600. Wait, no, 4,500. Wait, no, 45.50. Why does everybody have to keep calling ridiculous price targets every time we pivot $5? I should have known when I'd bought that put, I'd get ball slapped. Well, why would you buy puts in the bottom part? Right? Like, this isn't the put buying range. This is the put buying range. That doesn't mean buy puts now, but, I mean... It seems like they knocked Jamie down from 15 really easily. Yeah, well, did you think it was going to be hard? I don't blame people because this year was defined by god peeners to the upside and ball sanding drag to the downside. I just full ported 105 MTE puts based on that circle. That wasn't real TA, but okay. Jenna's having meatloaf tonight while listening to meatloaf. I don't really know if those two things go together. The only thing worse than eating loaf meat is listening to meatloaf. How dare you? Meatloaf was phenomenal. He wrote like most of the songs in the 80s. Wait, is he still around? I thought he like gave up. Like he doesn't do things anymore. I was there, I remember. I would do anything for love, but I won't sell calls. Oh, did he die? Aw. I didn't know he died. He went hard right before he died. Who cares? Why do people care about, like, celebrities' political leanings? Who gives a shit? COVID got him? Damn. Well, he was fat, so... What? You think JPAT doesn't say anything about rate cuts? We will tank? It seems like we could chop till FOMC. I mean, they're already losing ground here, right? Before we were like, you know, 45, 55, 65, and then it was like 50, 50, 60. Now it's like 40, 50. And it's... I don't think they could hold us up here much longer. Maybe it was the name. Maybe. Did you not see him in the Pick of Destiny? Oh yeah, I did. But we'll just gap up 25 bips overnight. Well, yeah, but that way we can fall back to 45, 50. A giant sense of irony. He died from spoiled meat. He must have let it loaf too long. He didn't have good Tupperware containers. Well, the celebrities don't tell me who to vote for. How will I decide? I don't know. Research? You know, the more I think about it, the more democracy is really not a good system of government. How dare you tell me to participate as an informed voter? Is this where you pitch your own monarchy on a private island? No, we're not there yet. Does democracy seem like formalized mob rule? Maybe. It stops the pores revolting. True. At this point, I'd rather be ruled by people who are randomly picked from the phone book. It's kind of the same thing, right? Does communism still allow trading? Ah. My children live in a dictatorship, and it seems there's constant upheaval. Yeah, they tend to be a little more volatile. What about democracy weighted by education? Now we're talking. We also chose the dumbest form of democracy. Probably. Greg's trying to get the SS crew off the stream. The only thing that'll do that is Jamie going back to $12. Representative democracy say like mob rule, but the mobs get to elect their local ringleader to represent them and a mob boss to run the syndicate. Bring back meritocracy? When did we have one of those? More or less votes based on a competency test, with maximum votes being parabolic related to age, peaking at 40, going back down to 0 as you reach geezer age. You need to be able to change that, though, for advances in medical technology. I don't give a shit about celebrity political views, but they have an oversized influence on people, and it's a shame when they use that for idiocy. Fair. Ancient Greece had random citizens take terms in political office. Worked out pretty well, actually. Yeah. Maybe we could just stop the legalized bribery of our representatives. That'd be a good start. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a geriatric duopoly. It can be normalized to half the life expectancy. Can we do it seasonally as well? Can we seasonally adjust it? Maybe, just maybe, there's no way to perpetuate any form of governance for an extended period of time due to the greed inherent in all humans. Is this where you try to invite me to your narco-syndicalist compound, dork? Kirk wins presidency after seasonal adjustment. It was just a question, man. Say stop the bribes on stream again, and you might get unalived. It just seems like a reasonable thing to expect, you know, not to allow corporate bribery of your elected representatives, right? But saying that immediately makes me a crazy person. I'm done being hyperbolic. Stop timing me out. No one did. Or will we trade within a $5 range of ES 45.55? There? We all happy? Ooh, sell iron condors here? Or when we're $1 up or a down from here? Well, if you can sell the condor in the middle at the edge, you get more money. If you get terminal diagnosis, can you get your voting power supercharged? Due to your cumulative voting power, you'll miss out on. That'd be cool, like a voting power up. What a great idea. Let's put more votes in the hands of the people who are about to die and not have to live with the consequences. That's what we're doing now with the Senate. I always like the idea of having our politicians wear jumpsuits like NASCAR drivers. They display every brand that they're paid by. Whoa, man. Corporations are people. That would be discrimination. Do you realize how many lobbyists would lose their jobs? They'll have to go work in a law firm being a piece of shit somewhere else. They need to move GME over. It's going to start affecting the top price. That's not how that works. So senators are full port YOLOing decisions or lack of decisions. Everyone thought McConnell was trying to stall progress, but he was just having a stroke. I'll get your BlackRock jumpsuit put together for you. You don't have to. I've got one in the closet. I don't know. We've gotten dangerously far away from 45, 45, 45. Senators go on recess during debt ceiling limit debate because their hospice nurses said it was nap time and they needed to take their vitamins. You just need a government that does a hard reset every 100 years, right? Even every 50 years. So you can keep up with societal changes. Same like Purge. No. Gherkin, that's called a revolution. What? We don't really need one of those. How critical is it for GME to close over 15? It's important. 14.99 is very close to 15. No, I don't like Paris. It smells weird. Yeah, the H is silent, Gherkin. I want to beat the dip buyers so I can spoil the ending of Sixth Sense to them. Here's the litmus test for being a senator. If you hold your phone with both hands and arms fully extended, with your chin touching your chest as you look at the screen with a furrowed brow, you're out. Upstart looks flat. Nope. What's Palantir doing? Macy's is having a great day. So Snap. Snap is up 6% today. Hmm. Gherkin, it's time for the battle of 45-45 again. I just want this to be over, man. It's taking so long. Where's the love for cat? It's up like $1. Next dot plot comes out with the Fed meeting on the 13th. How does fucking Snap have a $22 billion market cap with no profits ever? I mean, that's how tech works. So trust me, bro, we'll make money one day. U.S. Secretary Janet Yellen, the Fed need not trigger a recession to quell inflation. Hmm. Yeah, but they're going to do it anyway. Ugh. I hate Yellen. Refinitiv U.S. investment grade funds see 324.8 million in outflow this week. High yield funds see 295.7 million in inflow. On RRP below 900 billion. Man, Janet came out and said all the bullish things today. You're just gonna put us in a recession? Snap's been popping off for the last month. It makes zero sense. There was a lot of shorts on it. Maybe they're getting out. I bought a QQQ and SPY call at the same time, and the SPY call is up 100%, while QQQ is 55. QQQ is really underperforming on the bounces as well. Yeah, I don't think they like the personal spending data drop. That's not great for, well, Apple or Tesla or Nvidia. It's on this day, the 30th day of November, in the 2023 year of our Lord, that I, Janet Yellen, decree, thou hast not needeth collapse thine economy. I've heard that famous people die in threes. Munger, Kissinger. Next, I'm predicting Yellen, not only because she said no recession to come in her lifetime. Thanks for micromanaging my position. Nvidia can just create synthetic consumers. They're called soft goods, and they crank it. Yep. You mean they can just keep selling chips to China by selling them through Saudi Arabia instead? Fucking Knackass got hammered today. Yeah, yields are still up today. I don't know if anyone noticed that, but they are. The 10-year is up 190 BPS now. The 30 and the 20 are up 30. It's a decent sized turnaround. Ooh. Dork. It's doing things. Wouldn't long boil? Just never again. I will not, Carl. What do we got, Dork? 45.52 on the table. Bullish. Jimmy dropped and then traded flat all day. The tips haven't done much. They're still contracting, but barely. If they weren't still covering, we would have just fallen off a cliff. The winner of this week is the Iron Condor I sold Monday. that's what's really killing it. Chances of another Jackson Hole event tomorrow. Dumpster fire. I don't think it'll be that bad. But we could lose 4,500 if he's hawkish. Yeah, Upstart still doesn't look bullish. Not yet. It may just be too early for Upstart to run still. Look for 4 hours. Come back. Surprise. 45.50. He talks at 11. They only have enough capital to run one at a time now. JBO is currently querying ChatGPT with write a speech that is hawkish on monetary policy, but will still make SPX go up so my call's prompt. There's no deli stream. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'll be right back. This is fucking dull. This is back under 13 again. I bought an angry put here. I don't know. I think all the buying, most of the buying we're seeing right now is on the 1 DTE. Did anybody catch where the JPM collar rolled? There's the baby collar rolls today. I tried that one year. I'm never gonna do it again. The whole buying like a Iberico ham prosciutto thing when you're just one person is not healthy. A Venezuelan naval boat picked. They have a navy. Picked and lost a fight with a passenger cruise liner off the country's northern coast this week, ramming it several times before accidentally taking water and sinking. Huh. You know, Venezuela has everything. They have like a fertile land, a great climate, oil, tons of natural resources. They love electing just the worst governments. And yet it's a shithole. Yeah. They don't have the Falklands. Blah, blah. GameStop mooned. Weren't you here for it? I might moon again, but... Oh, thank you so much, retard. So it's in the exact same fucking spot? Amazing. Is that the 4,200 put they bought? I'm just trying to keep track of them because nobody does. My TQQQ put ticked down again, and I blame you. It ticked up after we had the conversation. Gherkin, I kid you not, I got a notification on my Alexa devices that said how great the economy is doing. Well, that's it. That's the bull case. You're not muted. That's not enough. That's not enough volume. The baby collar's 5,100 contracts. Yeah, so they haven't rolled it then. Oh, no, that's flip 29. It's like 295. 3620. But no other position yet. Uh, hmm. Where's the calls? $47. So 47.85. $42.95. 46.20. So it's 295 for the bot put. It does look like they increased the contract count, though. Or that's what it was? That's weird, though. It wasn't that size before. Alright, there we go. Come on, CNS. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Does Jimmy have any sort of gamma route left tomorrow if it breaks out of 15? Yeah, you also have 0 DTEs tomorrow. Looks like Cenis is happening. Something into Cenis, at least. Just not the way you want it. Well, Jimmy did nothing, so that's... Buzz around Jimmy and Top was there buzz around Top? No index pressure, no dice. Yeah, mid-cap's got kind of left to the wayside today. People talked in the threads, so numbers get lost. Well, the collars rolled 4,300 is kind of interesting. Late to the party, thoughts on PCE? It was kind of mixed. Core was pretty flat. It came in at 0.2, so it was like a little better, but personal spending and income were way down from where they were expected to be, especially spending. And then jobless claims were up. If jobless claims rise for like 4 consecutive weeks at any point, everyone's going to start screaming recession, and banks are going to start writing letters to J-Pow that he needs to cut rates. Gork, my TKQQ put ticked up. I love you again. You're on the right side of the vol decay there, right? Like, it's just the best. You just talked about ham for 2 hours? That's not true. We talked about lunch meats for 2 hours. Pending home sales look like garbage. That happened today also. Yields are up. We have some interesting data out of China and Japan tonight. The unemployment rate for Japan which is expected to stay flat. And then we have the manufacturing PMI for China, and manufacturing PMI for Japan. So those will be interesting. Not a honey roasted ham, no. Just we were just talking about ham and how to store ham. Well, yeah, plus what I showed you yesterday. TQQQ back to 34. Yeah, those leverage ETFs can stay diverged from their NAV for a really long time. Gherkin, follow the narrative. The economy is strong and resilient. I don't like it. Is ham a commodity? Lean hogs are. There's a color tracking thread on the Discord, but people talked in it. Can you make a read mod only one so it's just numbers? I'm gonna put it on my Twitter. Shouldn't keep ham in plastic. Maybe not. Shilling his Twitter again. Gotta pay for that blue check mark. Red Lobster's endless shrimp deal was too popular. Company says bullish, right? Right? Is that bullish? I don't know. Shrimp's expensive. But Red Lobster shrimp might not be. Actually, yeah, I bought a pound of shrimp like they lost a ton of money on it. I bought a pound of shrimp like a week ago, and it was like $22 or something. When did the insects of the ocean get so expensive? I think it'll fill. Do you want it to? I mean, yeah, because it's gonna stay out of the money, right? Shrimp boat diesel. I had $300 on a zero DTE call and 100 on a zero DTE put, and it offset my top losses. Nice. The other day, I heard someone shilling, buying, and holding TQQ on a live stream. When I asked him if he was accounting for leverage decay, he didn't know what I was referring to. It's almost time. That's the most bearish shit anybody's said today. So I've been seeing people talking about SoFi. I noticed because you asked me about it before. And it seems some like bullshit to me, so I just wanted to hear your thoughts. I don't like SoFi. I mean, I guess it's fine if you want to own like a shitty bank. But insiders aren't going to stop pushing the price down with covered calls. It's not at 15, but I'm picking up some YOLO calls anyway for GME. Wish me luck. Alright. I'll just buy them tomorrow. I'm not really worried about an overnight run. Canada learned how to make storing facilities as Norway. That's why shrimp price exploded. Excuse me? Are they lobster, crab? Yeah, they're all the crustaceans. What? That's only if there's a no hedging clause. Shrimp's been expensive since 2010 when BP's Deepwater Horizon oil spill started. Why? You'd think you'd get less money for oily shrimp. No hedging clause because lobster. Why'd you do that? There's also less shrimp alive. You can grow shrimp in like a bucket. I'm gonna start my own shrimp farm in my apartment. It's gonna be our next stream. Bubba Kirk Shrimp Co. You in your apartment? Why would it smell? Like a dirty shrimp. Fill that thing full. Oh yeah, I can fill the house full of shrimp. It's got a swimming pool. I can just grow the shrimp in the fucking swimming pool. That'll pay the property taxes. I like where your head's at, Spidey. And you can't use the swimming pool as a swimming pool because it's cracked somewhere. And then I don't have to fix that, right? I'll just let the dirty shrimp water leak off into the groundwater. Kirk's shrimping pool. You could climb in and they'll eat all. You know what? I'm just gonna sell it as a spa treatment. You climb into the pool and the shrimp eat all the dead skin off you. I'd make even more money that way because then I can use the same. Then I can use the same shrimp twice. This is gonna make a great stream card. The ultimate business plan involves your shrimp getting paid to eat. This is why I should be CEO of GameStop. vertical integration. I knew a guy who bred decorative shrimp in his aquarium, offset all 2K of the setup cost from shrimp proceeds in less than a year. It's wild what aquarium nutters will pay for neat colors. Aquarium people are weird, man. They're a whole community of very strange people. Like, they invest tens of thousands of dollars into their aquariums. And then, like, every 3 years, everything dies. I've paid $300 for 1/4 inch of coral. Yeah, we remember Stefan. Stefan's alive, by the way, if anyone wanted to know. I know a guy that breeds and sells roly-polies, pill bugs, and sells them for hundreds of dollars. To who? Once again, phenomenal technical analysis, Popcorn. What's GME's Gamma Max at today? Any change? It's lower. It went down 5 cents. 1642, I believe. You can have whatever technical analysis awards you want. You have to buy them yourself, though, if you want the trophy. If price moves to 15 after hours, does that count? Sorta. How do you think I filled my trophy haul? I'm gonna go grab my food. I'll be right back. All right. GME near 15 end of day is kind of exciting. It's kind of cool if it holds. Carl's Unite. Carl timed out by Carl for 300 seconds. Huh. Some like anti. Carl, I didn't know you were a Carl hating Carl. Gherkin's getting food, aka selling GME cover calls. I'm not selling cover calls. For science, I'm reporting that the 5th ad has just been received. I wonder who the money goes to when I turn off ads and they still play the ads. Like, they should tell you when you turn that off, like, it's not that you're getting rid of advertising on the stream. You're just you're giving away your right to proceeds from the advertising. YouTube played an ad right when you talked about ads. Nice. You know what's funny is if I turn off ads, it still gives me the option to put an ad in. You might as well profit. Better you than Google. That's a strong word for... I wouldn't call it profiting. Every time you say ad and read someone's comments about ads, it will play an ad. Oh, God. I think I only had one ad today, running shoes. The other day, they were, like, hammering people with them. It was, like, Tuesday or Monday. Maybe hit the ads when you go off camera. It's like a whole nother, like, screen I have to click through. It's not worth it. I put ham and Gruyere on a piece of toast and then put a tomato on top and then toasted it even more. It's like Swiss pizza. I haven't started shilling the shrimp yet, Ben. Relax. That sounds tasty. It's just easy to make. You take like a piece of bread, toast it, throw some Dijon on it, put Gruyere, ham, Gruyere, piece of tomato on top, and then just throw it under the broiler for like 5 minutes. Until it gets all bubbly. Jimmy closed below 15 equals run dead, correct? No, but it's not good. It's got a wok sauce, had shrimp in them. That algorithm, start talking about Lambos and trading so I can laugh at the scammers again. Who the fuck is signing up for enough courses for them to even make the commercial? Are they like, Mom, Dad, I need to rent a Lamborghini for my trading system commercial. I'm gonna sell so many courses. I'll totally pay you back. Like, how does that work? It's called a credit card. I understand how to facilitate payment, Bob. I'm just asking who the fuck is signing up so they can pay for the commercial. Carl. Is this like the dirty secret of the pickle jar? Have a bunch of you guys paid for trading courses? And no one tells me? My father-in-law? Dillionaire is not a trading course. We are not supposed to talk about trading courses that we may or may not have taken. That makes sense. I'm halfway through my Broom Hunter Pro Masterclass. Did the Head and Shoulders kickflip into an inverse Head and Shoulders? Yes. Although it did almost fall to the neckline. Isn't it just VC money, the institutionalized version of degeneracy? Oh man, Gork, I'm about to get a fill maybe. On what? Come on, Bulls, you can do it. Are you still trying to buy that 45 put? Yes. Well, Dork's ensuring we're going to close the day at 45.52. Did you get filled on it? In the past, once rates start to lower, we risk recession, right? No, they're usually lowered in response to a recession. What's up with Apple? I don't know. It's been going down? Not enough. Looks like it bounced a little bit here towards the end of the day. Have you looked at tomorrow's expiration yet? What happens tomorrow when JPass has nothing of substance? And we chop in a $10 range again. I mean, the Bulls need liquidity to come in, otherwise they can't hold this range. And there's not a lot of data next week. Well, not a lot of important data next week. Not until like the end of the week, so I would say that Bulls could very easily lose the current price point. Hey, Dork, maybe check this out before you're 100% sold on that. Too late. What's up, Jorg? I think that put was a bad idea. Maybe. Why didn't you stop me? I tried. Is GME dead? 1460 is not a great close. It's still above DN, but being below the sold puts at 15 is not awesome. This is a pretty dumb day. Yeah, it was awful. Is this just positioning for tomorrow? It's calls climbing into positioning for tomorrow, yeah. GME's tips are not re-diverging. But they also haven't crossed. There's a lot of puts that didn't get stopped out there. Call side profit taking? Maybe not. Was it a bad sign if Jimmy's tips don't cross on this run? Yeah, I think so. Hyperbole is back. Awesome. I was missing it. It means DRS is working and Ryan Cohen is creating shareholder equity. 14 trades later, and I made $130 today. Really can't complain. I was down 400 this morning. Well, that's a start. The day's not over yet, Carl. I'm gonna get fucked in the next 12 minutes. Did you sell a butterfly at 50? Is Discord audio dead? I don't think so. No, it should be working. Yeah. If we close 45.52 or less, I pigeon whale. You might get your wish. Hmm. Oh no. What the fuck was that? It's so violent. It's such a small range. Yeah. QQQ, 15 bips, 5 seconds. It's time to buy the dip, dork. Okay, that's impressive. Apple also had a ridiculous candle. I saw that. Apple, Amazon. Are they like out of the money calls? Not really. Holy shit. It's almost like someone could drop 100 million in calls on 7 companies and completely reverse the trajectory of the entire equity market. That was nuts. How many screens and charts do you have open at once? Like 5 brokers, trading view. Yeah. On days when I don't have to do shit with GME, it's only 4 brokerages, but there's a put wall at 65. No. I mean, all of this is like end of day call money, call buying, so you can't predict it. It's just random. My god, the futures volume on this. Yeah, it's nuts. $66,000 contracts in 5 minutes. 70,000. Show me, dork. I thought painting the clothes was supposed to be illegal. And yet, here we are. No, this isn't. I mean, a lot of this is just puts squeezing out at the end of the day, and then shitloads of call buying for tomorrow and Monday. There was like no call side neutral positioning going into the end of the day, so there's a significant amount of this. It's just people buying like the call side of the straddles. Trickles like exploded in seconds. Are you expecting a rate cut tomorrow? No. Do you still have GME calls? Nope. I might open some more tomorrow, but we'll see how it looks. When's the last time we moved $20 in 15 minutes? This morning? Not quite. Yesterday? Yeah. Nice, Joe. We'll see more Apple credit spreads are on the menu soon. We'll see. Yeah, if they get back up around like $1.30, $1.50, I'll probably sell some more of them. You ready for us to open up 20 bips tomorrow as well? Hmm. No. Actually, wouldn't be surprised if this pulls back a little bit after futures closes. You'd think this would have been on like news or something, though. What would you be looking for to reconsider getting back into Upstart? I'm pretty sure I'd want a trending day on the index. But definitely not a day where QQQ is going to be down fucking... Well, actually, it kind of bounced back really hard, right? It was down 100 BPS. No, the collar already rolled. Ding ding. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. 45.70 straddle. Woof. All right. So, I guess we'll start with GME. So, we're still getting some contraction, but it's turning around a little bit, and the pace of covering has dropped off significantly from yesterday, where we were just going straight down. So, we'll see where this lands tomorrow. I really don't like that it closed below 15. I think with earnings on the horizon, if we don't get any kind of bump tomorrow, we're probably going to fall back. We'll probably fall back to the trend, which is going to be, like sub 13. Upstart started contracting again at the end of the day with the index move, but it's way too like index exposed still, and it's not showing any signs of negative beta. So I don't think there's any underlying covering. I think the covering we're seeing is just a response to liquidity drying up on index moves. I'm not a big fan of trying to go long that, right? Because there's nothing driving the price up but the index, and if the index falls, then the price on Upstart's going to fall, which is what we saw this morning, right? Top, I'm still not sure. I mean, it's obviously very illiquid, but no signs of covering today. We'll see how it does tomorrow. But this kind of period where it's really illiquid and they're just kind of like, so when you start seeing these, they're starting to like wash liquidity because they're running out of it. You see this like here, right? For a pretty extended period of time. You want to get kind of holding there though, because during that period the price can still go down. So yeah, I'm not liking that this is like kind of turned back around now. And it may just be that the ETF FTD period's over and Russell's really not performing super well, right? It was like up like 30 BPS today, but nothing crazy like last week. So I backed off that for now, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it. If I start to see it contracting again, I'll get back in. SPX, I mean, we didn't close flat, but we still closed within the same range we've been trading all week. 45.67, 76. I think most of that's just call side positioning coming in for JPA's speech tomorrow, or the bulls getting prepped to push higher if the speech is sufficiently dovish. If that's the case, there's interest at 75, a little bit at 80 and 85. We could test 4,600. If he doesn't talk about monetary policy, or he's significantly more hawkish than the other Fed presidents have been, we might see a failure, but it's still going to be very hard to break down below like 45.40, 45.25. So we still got a lot of levels of confirmation before we get to that point. I will say that if we hold this price till the morning, we might come back down on like put side hedging. Commodities down on the day. Yields up. Dixie up. Dollar's starting to turn around, which if it turns around enough, we may start to see some de-risking of the like short vol positioning. But I think we're still pretty far away from that. Correlation continues to turn around both on the 3 and 1 month. So we're still getting a lot of vol selling in equities. I think this is the first time 3 month has really turned upwards. So we're getting quite a lot more vol selling on equities than we have been over the last few days as 1 month has turned around, and longer dated too. Volatility yields rising, but we're still negative. End of the day at like negative 6%. We still want to see that turn positive before anything gets really bearish. Skew came down a little bit today. We saw Korth rise. That's within expectations. It's about 80% of the index now is above its 20-day moving average. Yeah, I think that's about it. Not much to say today. I mean, everything's gonna hinge on JPow's speech tomorrow at this point. Why is Ivy so high on the SPX today? Well, VIX went up today. A little bit earlier. Also, there's a Powell speech tomorrow, so they're gonna charge more for options. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Later.